Hello, welcome to the stream, everyone. I'm going to be streaming with a couple of friends, so good luck and let's have fun.
Hey guys.
Favorite season has to be 3.
You guys talking about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? Oh, okay, fair enough. It's amazing that no, I won't say it. That might reveal too much. Time for gameplay. Yep, I'm ready. Wait, you're not ready? Oh no.
Oh shit.
The HUD? No, I'm sorry, I have not. Why?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Great.
Is it?
Yeah. We put on this one.
Oh.
I already know.
I kind of just jumped in without looking.
Yeah, I know, but it's just that when you have a chance.
Alright, I'll check it out. No. Yeah, I gotta pick a person. I don't think I have a chance. I think I'm gonna shoot a lead. We're invisible.
I can't really set that.
Kevin.
30 seconds before
I'm
you
tired.
attack. Get ready.
Alright, let's do it. Let's do the dance, guys.
Kevin. Oh my god, this shark is dancing! Where can I get one?
Oh, wait. I'm first here. We're done.
Alright, what do you want?
Hi, yeah, talk about your extended car loan.
Four,
I hate it when people talk about extended card warranties. Never!
That's working right there. Oh, shit.
Oh no, they want the heal. Oh. Oh, damn it. I couldn't heal them in time. Nice, nice.
Apocalypse's work be for nothing.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Oh yeah, nice actually.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Sorry to blow
Enjoy my love.
like fish in a bowl.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
No. Eat him, bro. Eat him. Toma. Yeah. Hulkamina's running wild.
Almost there. Don't turn back now. Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Let the sparks fly! This fate harvesting engine is the key to our victory!
Get back in the action, Tripper.
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way.
Ow, 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 ow.
So close! This is your big chance!
Oh, I'm retreating. I'm retreating. Oh no. Oh, frick, frick, frick. Frick!
Get that vehicle!
Run, bro, run!
An extra life? Sweet!
Ooh, I've come back from the dead.
Burst it in, boost it!
Oh damn, couldn't keep him alive. Oh, let me keep the Hulk alive at least.
I hurt! Help me out!
Ow.
Beginning to think maybe we weren't chasing rabbits!
Oh. Wow, they got me. They got me next.
No, big, big, big.
Oh boy. That's what you mean.
Get that beetle.
Oh, they don't like us healers, that's why. They're just jealous of how awesome we are at healing.
Some bad guys.
Sweet. Oh damn. Don't worry, Hulk. We got you covered, bud. Oh! Damn it! I pushed it! Why?
An extra life? Sweet!
Oh man, if you look at dumbass in the dictionary, you might find me in it.
Ionic burst!
My turn. Wish I could hear you back.
Ah! Oh no! Oh, I got eaten by a dino.
Double KO. Get that beetle moving again.
Drive faster.
Behold! Darkchild!
Only 60 seconds left.
Arcane Temple is close! We just have
Get that beetle moving again.
Dang.
Get that beetle moving again.
beginning to think maybe we weren't the fittest after all.
Hey, cuz, how's it going?
The final 10 seconds.
Oh, we got it, close.
Going to overtime.
Never give up. Never surrender. Ah, damn it, you got me. Oh, wait, no, it was mine. Oh, sweet. Oh. Oh, dang, I died. Oh, I met death. And she was merciless. Come on, guys, you can do it. You can do it. Just don't leave the command post. Oh, I'm coming. I'm coming. Oh, I'm coming. I'm coming. No!
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Dang. That was. It's somehow the player's fault that he wasn't even here for it. Dang. Yeah, I agree. It has to be his fault somehow.
Use the hell. Use the hell up.
Alright, I'll check it out right now. Let's see.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
So this is the HUD. Hey Kev, I just actually saw what the HUD looks like. Pretty cool. Exactly. Because he has a hoodie. Well, we'll see.
Get ready!
Which means
By the way, first time playing White Fox, totally not a lie.
The battle starts in 5.
This will be as fun.
3, 2, 1.
Our prey is in the open. Direct the hunt, White Fox. Let's make this quick and clear.
Please assistance! Back in the hunt!
Oh, no problem.
I feel renewed.
You're free, Jubilee.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Good timing. Perfect synergy. Back in the hunt. Help never hurt. I feel renewed.
Destroy rocket.
Damage sustained.
You're halfway there! Keep going!
This is real firepower!
Oh boy. Infiltrators.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Step in my step.
Cover me! Strange Academy! Stranger Transport!
Found one of their soldiers.
You're all so angry. You're all so worthless. We are the best. Our team is awesome. Oh, help my friends! I'm being shot at by something random.
Never sensed them. Close.
Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. Dun 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 dun. Oh, I met Jesus. Oh, hallelujah! I've been killed. Always a devil dino that does not like me. He has a bone to pick with me. Ooh, I'll chase you.
We got the big one down.
Woo, thank you. Thank you for the free transport.
Judge, jury,
Oh,
executioner!
Vehicle moving again.
Help never hurt. They have been seen and they will not.
Keep going, unless you want the collector to catch up. That's better. Extermination!
Spidey, come on, let me heal you, bro.
Will not stop or will end up in these cages. Doing way better already. Damage sustained. Need assistance. Toya Shigan. Good timing. Perfect
I
synergy.
won't let anyone else suffer that fate. You were in my path.
Against my will, yes.
Thanks for the boost.
Yes, I'm watching the movie against my will.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Ah, dang it. Frick you, Double Dino.
Okay. Now the cloud come out.
Oh.
Feeling way better already.
Got my eye on some of the welcome guests.
You're welcome.
He's with Jesus now.
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Ow it, ow it, ow it, ow it, ow it, ow it.
I owe you for this.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Damn thee! Alright, at least we got a new person. Oh, damn, did I... Am I dead? Did I just DC?
My spirit.
Oh, okay, no,
calls me
no,
back
I'm
to
good.
battle.
Three healers, nice.
Get that vehicle moving again!
Oh, I got killed.
Tail!
I'm back.
Oh, that took
There'll
no
be
skill
more
to kill
slide
me.
this time.
Dang.
Do not stop, or we'll end up in these cages. My spirit steadies.
Thank you for the heal.
We got trouble. Only 60 seconds left.
So much. Oh, we need some real tank power.
Down to 30 seconds.
I don't know if this will make a much of a difference, but
As
We need-
cold
we
as
need-
diamond. How
we need
delightfully
some
on
bad
brand.
power.
The final 10 seconds.
What? Ah, frickin' A. I thought. Oh, frick you, you a-hole. Who said that? Angelos Olsen?
No, Victor. This is for my cousin.
Hang on just a second, I'm just gonna give you guys the thing. Okay, never mind, I'll go F myself. I wasn't, but you know, never mind, who cares? F me, right? Praise me, Jesus!
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Before we go.
Alright, let's see, what are we working with here? Oh, sweet.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the
Actually, wait, no, I
diamond.
want to try Venom. I want to play as Venom. No thanks, I'm good, I had that yesterday.
We'll be
What? Who are you? What are you doing in my chocolate factory?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I spy some bad guys.
We need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Your god is suffering.
Woo! Praise be Jesus, I'm alive. No. I want to continue talking about this topic now. Wait, what? I am learning so much about chef culinary arts right now. Hey, what about me? I've been staying alive. I've been a good boy. Good boy here. I want to devour Emma right now. I want them thighs. Those are the thighs that don't lie. My queen. Let me kill you, my queen. Where's my queen? I want to kill my queen.
We are undefeatable.
No. If anyone's getting the Emma treatment, it's me. I've been a good boy. Oh. Oh boy, better retreat. Gotta retreat right now.
Us against the world. Again. Just what we needed.
Oh damn! Never mind. You're dead. Sorry, bro. Frick you, Thor. You ain't Emma. I want Emma. Give me your girl. I'm gonna turn her into my queen, and then I'm gonna kill her. Yes! I nailed my queen! Yes, I knew it. I was worthy of her love. Give me your love, you bitch! I am making a great Venom right now. Yeah, I have not died yet, once. And right now, I am hungry for the Emma thighs. I should be rewarded. Yes!
Only 60 seconds.
God, I'm so sorry for being such a degenerate. I can't help it. I know, right? Alright, I'm going after this bitch. She's always annoying me. Thinking she's more boostier than Emma. Whee!
Down to 30 seconds.
Oh, there's that bustier.
Final 10 seconds. You got them all.
Yeah, we got an ace. I was the most. This is the best Venom play I ever had.
Big win.
All right, let's see what. Wait. Alejandro got MVP? This motherfricker. I gotta see why. Alejandro. Okay, Alejandro. Alejandro. Hello, Jandro. Yeah, it's Halo Jandro. Look at that. Oh boy, no wonder why. Okay, I gotta give Alejandro credit. He did more than me. All right, fair enough. That guy actually did more than me. Oh no. Nah, I'm good. Oh yeah, I'm ready. Yeah, take care of it, bud. Wait, what?
Everyone's just dead weight, huh, Jason?
Why does Honda?
Right heroes could make all the difference.
Why does Honda think of us as dead weights? Am I the bot? I mean, I know I have a cybernetics right now in my persona, but damn, you guys think I'm a bot? Nah, I'm already ahead of you. I got the clown wig on. Let's.
Oi! Groot's always with me. You'll see what I mean.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Yeah!
Your resistance efforts in your time might have caught my attention, Miss Rose.
Hey, Ted!
Yours and the public eyes.
Castles
Right,
aren't good
dude.
at keeping things under the radar.
Yeah!
Target Division has the resources to help you initiate the shadows. Perhaps we could reach you.
Armor pads here!
The battle starts in 5,
Oh.
4,
Oh no, no!
2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
You're welcome!
Shame my students aren't here to witness this lesson.
Some uninvited.
I feel like myself.
I am Groot.
You're welcome! That's me! You're welcome! See? I'm fucking helpful!
Damage sustained. Need assistance.
Every little bit helps.
Sometimes you have
This is a nice spot!
Oh!
I'll patch you up.
Yo, they fucking gave up on me. They beat me up like I was so tomorrow.
Punch him in the nuts.
Oh, here they are now.
You belong to me!
Feel like myself again. You're ready for action! I'm going to breathe!
extra shielding. They'll have to hit harder.
Someone scratch my back! You're welcome! See? I'm Sparking helpful.
Every little bit helps.
Spider-Man, guys, Spider-Man.
Claims it's due.
Oh, Spidey left.
That was fine. Thank you.
Spidey a beer.
Team play. This is real firepower.
Your discipline shows, Bucky. I sense them. Close. Phoenix Force.
I'll patch you up.
I got your back. Good timing.
Relay deployed.
Turret is
It ain't cheap.
Mayday. Phoenix bullet.
When you die, there's a thing.
You belong to me. My good. I'll patch you up.
You were beneath me.
Phoenix bullets.
God damn, bitch. All the way to the
You're ready for action.
Top now. Thanks.
Dang it, I died.
Why would I need
Keep your support alive, you.
You ain't got rid of me yet.
Well, it was a nice run while it lasted.
You're ready for action.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Howard.
Fucking hurt.
Howard. I gotta find a relay for this.
Sometimes you have to say.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Prey is in the open.
You're welcome.
They've made it halfway. Stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
Well, okay.
I feel
I'll
like
patch you
myself
up.
again.
Oh, hell no. I'm not dealing with this. Yeah.
There's still a chance to stop them.
You're ready for hell unleashed.
Up! I met Jesus.
Some assistance, please.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Armor patch here. Pay up. Yeah.
Life energy.
You cannot hurt me.
You're ready for action.
Ah, much better.
Better stop that vehicle.
Oh no. It wasn't even Groot that killed me. It was freaking Doctor Strange.
Oh, I'm
Now
not
or
gonna
never.
make it easy.
Stop them.
Those motherfrickers.
Armor patch here. Pay up.
My card slipped.
You're ready for action.
Targeted for extermination.
Don't give them another inch. Or else.
I'm sparking help. This is real firepower. Someone scratch my back. Born again. patch you up.
I'm gonna top the team off until they're good.
That's me. I'm going green.
I am Groot.
I'll patch you up.
Oh, save the raccoon.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Correct as the
You're
engine.
ready for
Mayday.
action. Arm it up.
I finished it.
See? I'm block H-Force, jerks.
Say no to a shield.
I'll patch you up.
He's stopping in their tracks.
Cosmic rounds.
Armor patch here. Pay up. You're ready for action. Who did that?
Oh, help me. Help me, team.
I'm going green.
That topped me off. Thanks.
Thank you, thank you. That Spider-Man was trying to kill me. You saw that, right?
Extra shielding. They'll have to
But luckily, I live. I live.
Stopping in their tracks.
I spy some bad guys.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Agamotto.
See? I'm blocking helpful. You're ready for action. This is real firepower! Team play! That's me! Forward again! Oh, someone scratch my back!
Only 60 seconds left.
You're ready for action!
Oh, frickin' Spider-Man's attacking.
For mutant kind! Targeted for extermination!
I am Groot.
Talk too much!
Take that, Spidey. You should have not messed with a raccoon.
You're ready for action!
You know, I have no idea.
Final 10 seconds.
You're welcome!
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Yes, feel thy power of my heals as I heal your souls. You're very live.
This is real firepower!
Woo!
Another
Big win. Hell yeah. Kev once again got his MVP again. Nice. No, Kev was helping me stay alive from that frickin' Spider-Man. That way I could continue healing the team and res them.
Oh no!
Hey, I did the best I could. And and I feel so proud of myself. Yeah, same here.
Oh, I got those two big ass giant robots out.
I know. I can't believe I've actually got that Spider-Man who tried to keep killing me every time in the end. No, I think I only just got him once. Kevin's the one who keeps killing Spidey for me. Every time Spider-Man tries to kill me, Kev snipes him to scare him away.
Team to win this one.
Okay.
Oh,
Are you sure?
pick me, please.
Alright, no problem. I'll... Ooh, tank, yes!
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond.
Them stars don't lie!
As cold as diamond. How delightfully on brand.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Let us show these so-called heroes what mankind is truly capable of.
We've done this dance so many times. It's exhausting.
Hi, how's everyone?
I suppose you'd rather just buy a victory, Emma?
Wait,
Meep.
is that an
The
option?
battle starts in
Get my
5,
checkbook.
4, 3.
Harder!
The temporal Khonshu awaits our delivery.
May have unleashed this madness, but it's up to us to make things right again.
I can hear you. Yeah, where is everyone? Oh, please tell me they're throwing the game. Oh, okay, they're...
I suppose that helps.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Let's get this forge to Khonshu's temple.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
I was fine. Thank you.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. You're the boss, bot.
That's what I call a precision strike, Summers.
Can't let all of Apocalypse's work be for nothing.
Come back, Squirrel Girl! I just want to say hi! With pain. I want to inflict pain on thy squirrel.
Your god is suffering.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
You've got frostbite! I was fine. Thank you.
Kung Pao Chicken here thinks he can kill us.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Frick! Dang. So they got me, so they did.
I hooked you up.
Invigorating.
Yeah.
Vehicle
My
moving again.
revenge for that.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Nice. Ah, there goes our team.
I suppose that helped.
Oh, look out! GF.
You're quite welcome.
Well, I think
suppose
you,
there are
Loki.
worse things than a tour of Egypt.
I need a new coat.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Oh, he was alive. That's what I wanted. All of them gather as close to me as possible. Yes! Die for me, mortals! Pray to God! Your sin shall not be forgiven!
Tour of Egypt.
Woo!
Mutant.
Yeah, we did. As soon as I had them right where I wanted them, I knew it was game over. I mean, you guys did help me get rid of the 2 people, so it made it easy to just to ult the other 4.
Yeah, I hope I wish we played you guys in quick play. I wish.
I wish we could challenge him in quick play. Is there a way we could do that? Like, we could set up a match where we can all challenge each other? Like, I mean, like 4-on-4?
I'm going out to the sweet sheets of Jason.
Man, I would love to set up a custom match for that one. Lame. Ah! I mean, hey guys, I did had fun. That was pretty fun. I know. I can't believe my Venom game actually improved. I am so glad I streamed that because now I'm gonna edit that and just show off my Venom skills. I was the most biggest asshole with Venom, and I'm proud of it. Oh, okay, I'll see it. Let's see what you got. Ah, frick, I hit the wrong Discord. Stop yelling at me. Stop yelling at me. Oh no. Alright. Take care. Appreciate you playing with me. Take care, okay, Coop? Later, Kev Kid, Dan, the Brown Man, and God King Honda. Oh, you want to play one more? Alright. Yeah, I don't mind. Oh, wait, do you guys want to wait until the others are done? Because, like, didn't they have, like, 3 members? Yeah, because I see them. Yeah, that way we could, at least we could have 6. Nah, don't worry, don't worry. It's alright. It's okay, I stopped counting a long time ago. Why? Turn 12. I can't count, but it feels so good. They're halfway there. Sweet, sweet. I see them. I see them getting them quick snipes. Dude, I'm still marveling at the fact that that new Ultron game was so intense that our PCs could actually overheat.
Damn it.
Do you remember that God King Honda when when the PC went out for you because it was overheating? I'm like still wondering if that could happen to me, or that could happen to my bro's PlayStation. It couldn't handle it. Behold the God of Thunder. That's too crazy. Oof. 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 Let's see what we have here.
Almost there, he's almost there. Oh, you bitch!
Hulk shield.
Almost there, he's almost there.
Hulk shield.
Fuck this, don't shoot right there.
There you go, that's how you do it.
Almost there, bitch, I see it. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Oh.
Let's see. Spidey.
Two. Oh, I thought we just opened 5.
Hmm? Eh?
No, you did. You got the most.
Two.
So, you guys ready to join us?
There you do.
Share Bear, Super Saiyan Joey, Bima and Mo, ready to join? Why?
What? If we lose, you guys say something. Wow, wait. Well, we got oh yeah, well we broke the dead weight this year. I know he's gonna say. Yeah, a lot.
Yes, sir. Lame.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Ooh, pick me, please.
All DPSs.
Agent F1. I chose Tails, which means they lose.
Wait.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Nah,
Stay
I'll
strong.
deal with it.
Bucky, always feels good going into a fight with you. Keep your cool, Frank. We're the good guys. Heavy weapons.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
You can count on me.
Oh, Angela.
I got plans.
He's going to the.
Yep.
Team, I'm infantry again. I'm shit.
Maybe it was just a hello.
Nice finish! Turret is injured!
Oh, Angel's behind me.
Someone scratch my back. That sniper's gonna be sorry if
Nice finish!
needs that boost.
Oh no!
Fox awaken!
Ah, I met Jesus.
Someone
Help is
scratch
here.
my back.
I'll die as I live.
I am healed! My spirit pulls me back to battle! We're outnumbered! Fight smart! Minimize risk! I'm hit! Cover me!
Oh, I'm running for it.
You're ready for action.
My spirit steadies.
Ah, oh no, not again. Dang it! Oh yay! Yay! Oh, Widowmaker, of course. Widowmaker was the reason I died.
Now the claws come out.
A little messed up there. Thanks. This is real firepower.
fucking
Like fish.
Black Widow.
I've survived so much worse.
No! Fuck, man.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Tentacles incoming.
Oh,
Adjust
hell no.
formation.
Bogies incoming. Heavy weapons.
My
Spirit status. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Toria Shigan.
Hey, Petey! Enjoy the amplifier!
I'm hit. Cover me.
No! VMMO, you spook!
Better stop that vehicle.
Hunt resumes.
None.
It's now or never. Stop them.
This is a nice.
I sense them. Close.
That fucking hurt!
Hulk smash the ugly octopuses.
Spirit status.
This is real firepower!
I've met you.
I'm back, and I'll be more sly this time.
We are undefeatable.
Battlefield ready again.
The Punisher is down.
Give them another inch.
Ah, dang it.
Stop that vehicle.
Frickin' A.
Judge, jury, executioner!
And I'll be more sly this time. Extra shielding. Just hit harder.
Gotta stand by the command post.
Need assistance. Toria Shigan.
This is real firepower!
No!
Damn, man.
Well, you can't expect to win.
Why? Don't you dare! Don't you dare! Let's see. I'm definitely not gonna talk. I have no room to talk. No, we gotta redeem ourselves. Please, 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 please. Yay! Yes. This time we will do it.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond. As
Bring it on, my bro.
Your insurance guy.
30 seconds before you
Look at him.
attack. Get ready.
Look at this insurance guy right here. Jeff Insurance.
Wooden stakes. Real cute. They're just as powerful as any weapon in your arsenal. In the right hands.
Yeah. Tell that to my rocket-powered grenade launcher.
Yeah, been there, done that.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
War.
All you need to do is capture the
That's what
mission
we're
area.
gonna do.
Got it?
Battlefield may change. War never ends.
look who's here.
Dang it! Save the Jeff.
Isn't over.
Save the Jeff. He's most important player.
Once I'm vulnerable. These robotic spiders could be an issue.
Where is that frickin' nest?
You deserve that, dear.
Right there. Damn it.
I'm back. And now there's hellfire to pay.
Damn. Oh boy, they got him.
Time for some
I suppose that helps.
It's spider time!
Shouldn't be any more spat about skittering.
Emma Frost.
I was
never
this close to
surrenders.
destroy the nest.
Here, guys. Okay. Oh, God.
Are you trying to loading?
All they did was make me angrier.
Real firepower!
Then you don't have infinite ammo.
Some rejuvenation. For once, I'm vulnerable.
Turn around, they're sneaking up on us.
Fuck!
I'm back.
I'm doing
and
this
now
my
there's
way.
hellfire to pay.
My turn.
Only 60 seconds left.
Still got 2 people.
Nice.
That was a little.
Oh, then let's. Ah, dang it. Ugh, just don't mind me. I'm dead. Oh, 30 seconds.
This
Come on, we
fight
gotta make it.
isn't over.
Down to 30 seconds.
Come on. I said this would be our game this time.
There's no time left. Attack.
My turn.
Dang it! Oh,
It's fighter time!
I'm committed to this.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Oh, come on, come on.
I'm in. But I'm gonna die.
So close!
Well,
If only I held out. Alright, well. That frickin' penny. I want to, but I'm pretty sure the guys don't like that idea.
I would've shot.
Oh, Lord. Wait, who left us? Damn. Alright, guys. It was nice playing with you guys. You too. Take care. Well, that could have gone better for me. Ah! Well, chat, what did we learn today? We learned that some people are not as capable as me when it comes to this kind of gameplay. Totally, yep. Totally, absolutely. I'm not wrong. Everything I say is golden. Yes, it's a locked room. Yes, you do. Open to all who know the password. Let's see. There we go. Interesting. Alright, well, at least I now know. I want to do that. If we have enough members, we can do a 6v6 or 5v5. Either way, it'd be pretty fun to find out once and for all. Alright, chat. Right now, I'm gonna go take thy break. I'm gonna be right back, but I need you to do me a favor, and I need you to hear me out when I say this. Behave. I mean, look at the accomplishment we did here. The Emperor of Flames has spoken, as one of my 7 dames of destruction has engulfed the world in fire. Lily. Alright, who's sending messages to my... Oh, okay, there we go. I want to be there to support him, but I'm trying to do my thing right now. Good evening, Honorable. There's some... Okay, ooh. No. We cannot post anything that's against TOS, guys. We respect TOS, right? Right. Respect it as much as I hate it. Alright, now. Let me do a couple of things, and I shall be right back. I will leave you something to watch in the meantime. I just gotta find what is the thing I want you guys to watch for while I take the break. Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort. Enjoy the opener. Here we go. For now. Besides, I gotta do a couple of things here. Alright, guys. Like I said, I'm going to be back. I'm going to leave you in the hands of this video, Unknown 5. I'm pretty sure you are from our last encounters. I hope you enjoy. Anyway, let's see. I finally found something that's actually watchable and probably will not get me banned. Enjoy the video, okay? Now behave, don't do anything. I'm still watching even if it doesn't look like I'm not.
Is victory on the battlefield always worth the price paid in blood? Does the vanquishing of your enemies justify the slaughter of thousands? The history of war is littered with occasions where the obsessive pursuit of victory has blinded men to all other strategic considerations. The unrelenting focus on winning a single battle, resulting in such high losses that the outcome of the entire war was jeopardized. Here are my choices for 5 of the costliest Pyrrhic victories in history. Over 200 years ago, an unassuming village on the outskirts of Moscow witnessed 2 of the greatest armies ever assembled clash in a battle that would forever alter the fate of Europe and the world, as over 250,000 men engaged in a ferocious slaughter that left over 60,000 dead in just 24 hours, making it the bloodiest single day of battle of the entire Napoleonic War, and one of the bloodiest in all of human history. The war-ravaged soil left littered with the corpses of a now shattered French invasion force. This once grand army reduced to a mere shadow of its former power, despite technically having won the day. This so-called victory would prove to be hollow, as unable to recover from such enormous casualties, the French army would soon be forced to undertake an epic but arduous retreat during the depths of winter, across frozen Russian territory they had earlier conquered in more optimistic times. A ruinous ordeal that would directly lead to the downfall of the greatest commander and tactician of the era, as within just 3 years Napoleon found himself utterly defeated and sent into exile. These fateful few hours of combat at Borodino, dooming not just his invasion of Russia, but also sowing the seeds of his ultimate defeat. This disastrous example of winning the battle but losing the war, undoing all of the great achievements Napoleon had struggled to bring to fruition in the long and strife-ridden years that had come before. By 1812, Napoleon had already accomplished previously unthinkable feats on both the military and diplomatic battlefields, smiting multiple coalitions of the greatest powers on earth which had coalesced against him. After years of warfare and shrewd political maneuvering, this array of mighty kingdoms and empires had been vanquished one by one and forced to sue for peace. However, protected on their islands by the formidable might of the Royal Navy, the British Empire persisted as the sole thorn in the Emperor's side. Unable to overcome the British fleet that barred his path across the English Channel, Napoleon was forced to resort to more unconventional tactics to subdue his old enemies in London, creating what became known as the Continental System to isolate the British behind a Europe-wide trade embargo and once and for all put an end to their incessant financing of France's continental enemies. If he could not defeat the British Empire militarily, he would instead crush them economically. Monumental victories over Prussia, Spain, Italy and Austria had already forced nearly all of Europe's rulers to accept participation in this economic assault on British prosperity, and with the defeat of Russia in 1807, Tsar Alexander I was strong-armed into an alliance with Napoleon, the French agreeing to back Russia against the Ottoman Empire in exchange for Russia joining the Continental System. Yet the Russian Tsar proved to be an unreliable and unwilling participant in this marriage of necessity, and he continued to allow trade to flow between Russia and Great Britain in defiance of Napoleon's treaty, no doubt recognizing that such a loss in trade would prove ruinous to the Russian economy. With the Tsar making no secret of his preparations for a planned future war with France, Napoleon realized that it was only a matter of time until Russia joined with the British against him in yet another hostile coalition, and so plans were drawn up for a preemptive invasion of Russia to subdue the Tsar and neutralize this threat in the East once and for all. For years, Napoleon had swept aside all who had stood before him, and he had already easily defeated the Russians just a few years earlier during the War of the Fourth Coalition. Confident that he could recreate this success and once again best his enemies on the battlefield, in the summer of 1812 Napoleon gathered a massive army of over 500,000 men, drawn from across the continent, the French Emperor personally in command of what was at the time the largest army ever assembled in the history of European warfare. As the French marched into Russia, Napoleon was sure that he could force the Russians to engage him in a quick battle where he could win a decisive victory that would smash the enemy's will to resist, thus leaving the Tsar no option but to sue for peace and comply with the trade embargo against Britain, ending the entire invasion before winter set in. Yet on this occasion, victory would prove far more elusive. Rather than meeting the invaders on the battlefield, the Russian army performed a scorched earth retreat, evading the pursuing French army as they withdrew deep into the sprawling Russian Empire, luring Napoleon's 500,000 men ever further from home until their supply lines became perilously long. With the Russian army burning crops and destroying everything in their wake that might be of use to the invaders, the French soldiers soon fell prey to disease, hunger, and exhaustion, the mere 3 weeks of supplies they had been issued with, now little more than a faint memory. As winter loomed on the horizon, it was clear that the increasingly frustrated Napoleon would be denied the quick and decisive battle he so craved. And with his mighty and proud army now reduced to foraging for every morsel of food to stave off hunger, as many as 100,000 men are thought to have died due to disease and starvation, the terrible conditions they were forced to endure, depleting their numbers and fighting ability barely a month into the invasion. As the French edged ever closer to Moscow, Napoleon's shaken confidence finally returned, the Emperor now utterly certain that the Russian Tsar would never surrender his capital without a fight. It would be near the small village of Borodino, just a few miles outside Moscow, that Napoleon would be proven correct in his assessment of the situation. However, although he was about to finally be given the grand battle he had for so long been seeking, this epic clash with his enemy would not end in the manner he had foreseen. While Napoleon was already busy planning the terms of surrender that he would impose upon the defeated Tsar, Russian soldiers were hard at work, constructing earthworks and fortifications around the spot they had chosen to make their stand, the surrounding terrain proving to be an ideal location for a defensive battle. On the 7th of September 1812, what would become the bloodiest battle of the war was unleashed as Napoleon threw 130,000 troops into a full frontal attack against the 120,000 Russian defenders. This blunt and crude strategy executed much to the dismay of his subordinates, many of whom had pleaded with the Emperor to march around the Russian left flank and attack from the rear, yet unwilling to divide his forces and risk allowing the Russians to escape his clutches. Napoleon pressed forward in search of a killing blow that would annihilate his foe and end the war in one decisive strike. As nearly 250,000 men clashed in such a confined space, unimaginable scenes of slaughter occurred over the next few hours, as ferocious attacks were followed by equally fierce counterattacks, as each side vied for supremacy, the French determined to break an enemy who was equally resolute in their unwillingness to retreat. With the day wearing on, the fighting seesawed along a 3-mile front, with neither side able to punch through the defences of the other, the combined firepower of over 1,000 cannons relentlessly bombarding the battlefield, wreaking a terrible toll on the densely packed formations of infantrymen, the vulnerable men under orders to stand their ground, despite the carnage and death tearing through their lines. Despite the rapidly mounting casualties, Napoleon pressed on with the aggressive full frontal assault as tactical finesse gave way to outright chaos. The teeming mass of men engaged in a deadly brawl for survival, now hacking, slashing and stabbing their way through the smoke-obscured battlefield with sabres and bayonets, any sense of order or direction now a faint memory, as more and more officers fell victim to the slaughter. The battle was a stalemate until late afternoon, when French forces finally captured the main Russian defensive emplacement, forcing the entire Russian army to fall back. However, despite the enemy being in their most vulnerable position of the day, Napoleon refused to send in his elite Imperial Guard, a move that would have utterly crushed the Russian army, which was now in full retreat. This uncharacteristic caution is thought to have allowed the Russian army to escape total annihilation and live to fight another day. However, perhaps realizing that he was over 1,800 miles from home and deep within hostile territory, Napoleon was reluctant to leave himself with nothing in reserve for the assault on Moscow still to come. Napoleon had technically won the day, however the battlefield he had seized control of was now carpeted with the corpses of his troops, some 35,000 of his best men, lost in a battle that had failed to achieve its main goal. Had the Russian army been destroyed, such an enormous sacrifice might have been worthwhile. However, it had escaped the Emperor's clutches and fallen back in good order, its ability to wage war still intact. While the Russian army had suffered equally with at least 40,000 of its own casualties, fighting on home ground meant that it could reinforce and resupply with relative ease. The French had no such luxury. Stranded some 1,800 miles from home, Napoleon would have to press on with the remnants of his now battered and heavily depleted invasion force. This gloomy situation made even worse by the loss of 2,000 officers and 49 generals. Replacing conscripts was difficult enough, but competent and experienced officers were years in the making. The formidable army that had marched into Russia just months earlier was now little more than a hollowed-out shell of its former glory. The invasion was as good as over, but Napoleon refused to accept the reality of his predicament. Despite capturing Moscow just a few days after the battle, Napoleon was once again denied the glorious victory he had for so long envisioned. Rather than being received by a kneeling Tsar, he instead discovered the city largely abandoned, its supplies plundered, its buildings soon to be burnt to ashes in the night by his Russian enemies. 2 months were wasted as Napoleon waited in the city for a surrender that did not materialize, his army steadily becoming weaker while the Russians grew ever stronger with each passing day. Desperately short of supplies, with winter on the way, and with no hope of forcing the Tsar to accept defeat, the decision was made to abandon Moscow and return home before the entire French army was consumed by starvation and exposure. The infamous winter retreat had begun, a grueling ordeal that would see the tattered remnants of Napoleon's once grand army reduced to eating the few remaining horses and even the corpses of their fallen comrades in a desperate but often futile attempt to stay alive as they marched on foot across hundreds of miles of territory that was now little more than a frozen wasteland. The summer clothing covering their atrophied bodies, providing little protection against the harsh cold biting into their bones. By the time the ragged band of survivors made it back to the sanctuary of home, as many as 400,000 of the 500,000 men who had entered Russia just 6 months earlier had been left behind where they fell. The cost of victory at Borodino so great that the battle had directly sown the seeds of Napoleon's ultimate defeat, the fatal blow to his power and reputation so great that it led to the War of the Sixth Coalition and Napoleon's eventual overthrow and exile on the island of Elba. Isolated, outnumbered, and facing certain defeat, the people of the tiny and subjugated nation of Armenia nevertheless stood alone against the terrifying might of their Persian overlords. This defiant army of peasants, merchants, and nobles, motivated not by riches or glory, but simply by the right to practice their own religion in peace. In what's considered to be the first battle in defense of the Christian faith, these rebels, drawn from all sections of society, took up arms against their oppressors under the leadership of a general who would go down in history as a warrior saint. The attempt by the Persian king to forcibly convert the Armenian people to paganism, provoking an all-out rebellion. Although the resulting showdown between the two sides on the plains of Avaray ended in a predictably decisive defeat for the rebels, it came at a huge cost for the Persian victors. In control of such a vast empire, the Persian king could easily replace the ranks of the fallen with fresh troops. However, by making martyrs of the slain rebels, he inadvertently created a fiery symbol behind which future resistance could rally. The subsequent rebellions that would be unleashed, forcing the Persians to abandon their attempts to convert Armenia by force and instead recognize its religious freedom. In 301 AD, the Kingdom of Armenia became the first nation to officially convert to Christianity. Surrounded on both sides by the immense might of the Byzantine Empire in the west and the Persian Empire in the east, this isolated bastion of Christianity struggled to maintain its independence until 428 AD, when it finally fell victim to partition between its two neighbours. Although now technically occupied by outsiders, the territory controlled by the Persian Empire was initially given a remarkable level of autonomy, the Armenian people allowed to continue practicing their Christian religion under the governance of the traditional Armenian noble houses, with only the governor directly appointed by the Persian court. Yet this delicate balance would be thrown into disarray with the ascension of King Yazigurd II to the Persian throne. Persian kings had long suspected that the Armenian Christians living in the empire were little more than Byzantine spies, these dangerous political tools of the Eastern Romans, sowing discontent and unrest wherever they went. However, King Yazigurd II was also a zealous adherent to Zoroastrianism, the official pagan religion of the Persian Empire. Unwilling to tolerate the presence of a heretical foreign religion within his borders, the new Persian king immediately set about removing this Christian influence from his lands, determined to root out the adherents of a church whose loyalties lay with Rome and Constantinople, rather than Eastern Zoroastrianism. A huge wave of missionaries arrived from Persia, tasked with converting the local population, while the Armenian Church saw its tax obligations significantly increased. Yet it would be the later issuing of a royal decree demanding that all Armenians convert to Zoroastrianism that sparked open rebellion. Fearful that their identity and very way of life was now under threat, the Armenian people steadfastly refused to surrender their faith, uncowed by the terrifying might arrayed against them should they resist the Persian king's wishes. Led by the nobleman Vardan Mamikonian, the rebels took up arms and prepared to defend their religious rights, no matter the cost, as an enormous Persian army descended upon their nation to force the issue at the point of a sword. As the rebels gathered their forces, Vardan Mamikonian pleaded for aid from the Byzantine Emperor in Constantinople, a fellow Christian who was sympathetic to the Armenian struggle. However, battle would be forced upon the rebels before any outside assistance could arrive. On May the 26th, 451 AD, some 66,000 Armenian rebels faced off against as many as 200,000 Persians on the Avaray plain. With no outside help forthcoming, the Armenians were weakened even further when, fearing for their position and privileges, a number of powerful nobles defected, taking their soldiers with them to join the Persian side. Although the rebel army still possessed a number of accomplished veterans and well-trained troops, the balance of power was so tipped against them that as the two sides drew their weapons, the Armenian soldiers would have likely already made their peace with their almost certain defeat and death, choosing to press on regardless in defense of their faith. The battle that followed raged for the best part of the day, the outnumbered Armenian rebels defying the odds as they held their own against the ferocious Persian onslaught, which included elite units of immortals. However, any hope of victory soon proved to be fleeting, as the Persian general ordered his elephant corps to charge, the enormous hulking beasts easily smashing through the Armenian lines and unleashing carnage and slaughter in their wake, as men were impaled upon their fearsome tusks or simply trampled under their crushing weight. This overwhelming charge utterly shattered the remaining Armenian forces as Vardan Mamikonian and several other important commanders fell amidst the stampeding elephants. Broken and leaderless, the surviving rebels were swiftly massacred, the entire uprising appearing to now be completely subdued, as thousands lay dead upon the battlefield. Yet despite the Armenian army being decisively beaten, the Persian victory would prove to be a hollow one. The stubborn resistance of the rebels had inflicted far greater casualties upon the Persian army than was anticipated, and facing rebellions and wars across the vast landmass of their empire, the Persian king was unable to continue his campaign, while on the other hand, rather than falling victim to despair at their defeat, the Armenian people rallied behind the slain Vardan Mamikonian and his men, who had now risen to become national martyrs, legendary heroes whose memory inspired the nation to continue its struggle. The flame of resistance lit at the Battle of Avaray continued to burn, and when the Persians once again returned to forcibly convert the Armenian Christians a few years later, a new rebel army led by Vardan Mamagonian's nephew Vahan won a great victory that resulted in the Treaty of Nevarsk, an agreement that the Persians would abandon their attempts to convert Armenia once and for all, enshrining the Armenian people's right to religious freedom in law. The loss of a single man in battle might seem irrelevant when compared to the widespread slaughter wars often unleash. However, when the ability and personal genius of that one man are capable of altering the outcome of a battle, an entire war, and even a nation's destiny, then his loss becomes far more significant. With the 30 Years' War ravaging Europe in 1632, such a debilitating loss would be incurred by Sweden at the Battle of Lutzen, a nation who had experienced something of a golden age of prosperity and military success under the leadership of King Gustavus Adolphus, a man widely viewed as one of the greatest generals in history. Fighting for their king and their very lives amidst a fog-covered battlefield, the Swedes prevailed against their German enemies. However, despite suffering a casualty rate of over 50%, it would be the loss of the man whose achievements and military prowess led to him being known as the Lion of the North that would be felt most keenly. This fateful final battle in the long and illustrious career of one of history's greatest warrior kings, seeing Gustavus Adolphus fall at the very hour of his victory, in doing so depriving Sweden of a leader who could have led the nation to unthinkable heights had he survived. The Protestant Reformation, which began in 1517, had bitterly divided Europe between two competing Christian factions. This simmering rivalry erupted into what became Europe's most destructive conflict prior to the world wars of the 20th century, as in 1618 the two sides engaged in a struggle that would see as many as 8 million perish. Now known as the 30 Years' War due to the length it was fought for, this religious and political clash between the greatest powers in Europe was ignited by the Holy Roman Emperor's attempt to force all of the Protestant German states to convert to Catholicism. Ferdinand II was a staunch Catholic and was unwilling to idly sit by and allow Protestant influence to spread, an influence which would no doubt eat away at his own personal power and privilege. Unwilling to submit to the Holy Roman Emperor's demands, the Protestant states of Germany formed the Protestant Union, an alliance of several smaller states who banded together to fight in a conflict that was not only a struggle for religious freedom, but also a tug-of-war between the great powers of Austria and Prussia for dominance of Germany. As the war rapidly escalated, the Holy Roman Emperor began to gain the upper hand. However, just as the German Protestants seemed on the brink of defeat, the Kingdom of Sweden entered the war on the side of their Protestant allies in 1630. This addition of yet another nation into the already tangled web of alliances would have normally been of little consequence. However, Sweden was led by no ordinary man. King Gustavus Adolphus had already spent much of his life at war, and he had proved himself to be a more than capable military tactician. The many innovative reforms he had implemented, revolutionizing the way battles were fought and transforming the Swedish army into one of the most effective fighting forces in Europe. While most of the European powers primarily utilized unreliable mercenary troops, King Gustavus Adolphus had created a national standing army of well-trained, highly disciplined, professional soldiers, armed with the latest weaponry, a body of men whom, under his charismatic and forward-thinking leadership, quickly made Sweden one of the most powerful nations on the planet, despite her relatively small population and harsh climate. Despite portraying himself as a pious defender of the Protestant faith against predatory Catholic tyrants, the Swedish king likely entered the war for far more earthly reasons. The recent presence of Austrian-led Catholic League forces on the Baltic Sea, presenting a clear and present danger to Swedish security. At the head of his 20,000-strong army, King Gustavus Adolphus invaded northern Germany and quickly won a series of stunning victories that drove the Holy Roman Emperor's forces back. The presence of this energetic and charismatic monarch who led from the front, single-handedly reviving the Protestant cause. Within just 2 years, the Swedes had completely reversed the tide of war and were now threatening the Catholic stronghold of Bavaria in the south. Desperate to strike back at the Swedish king, the imperial commander Albrecht von Wallenstein attacked Saxony further north, hoping to cut the Protestant army's supply lines and force the Saxons to renounce their alliance with Sweden. As the Swedes marched on Saxony to respond, General von Wallenstein split off around 1/3 of his men for use elsewhere, confident that the advancing Swedish army would not meet him in battle until the approaching winter had passed. However, upon hearing that his enemy's forces were now divided, King Gustavus Adolphus rushed to attack the Catholic troops near Lutzen in Saxony. Around 18,000 Swedes faced off against 12,000 Catholic Imperials, who had now dug defensive trenches along the main road while they awaited the urgent recall of the troops who had so recently been sent away. Yet King Gustavus Adolphus was determined to strike before the enemy could gather his full strength. As the two sides clashed upon a battlefield obscured by heavy fog and gunpowder smoke, the Swedish king would once again demonstrate his willingness to lead from the front, heading a daring cavalry charge against enemy musketeers that threatened to break the enemy lines. However, on the cusp of victory, disaster was about to strike. As the king charged deep into the heart of the enemy's formation, the heavy fog covering the battlefield had now mixed with the choking smoke produced from the nearby town of Lutzen, which had earlier been set ablaze by the imperial commander. Amid this blinding smoke and fog, King Adolphus became separated from the bulk of his escort and rode astray behind enemy lines, suddenly finding himself alone in a hostile sea of enemy troops. Eager to slay this royal prize, the imperial musketeers frantically opened fire on the exposed king. As his bullet-riddled body fell from his horse, the hostile troops closed in, unleashing a frantic flurry of stabs and cuts before delivering a final and fatal close-range shot to the king's temple, the vengeful soldiers determined to ensure that the king was dead. The battle would rage for most of the day, as the Swedes fought on ignorant of their leader's demise. However, as the sun set, the imperial commander retired from the battlefield after losing his main artillery battery to the Swedes, realizing that it would be futile to continue the fight. 12,000 Catholics and around 10,000 Protestants had been killed or seriously wounded in the battle. However, after 9 hours of deadly combat, the Swedish-led Protestants had secured their victory. Yet the price paid would be crippling, not just because of the number of men killed. While ordinary soldiers could eventually be replaced, a once-in-a-generation leader could not. King Gustavus Adolphus was not only a brilliant military strategist, but also the kind of charismatic leader of men upon whom the fate of an entire nation could rest. The survival of such a man could have seen Sweden's fortunes rise to unthinkable heights in the years of his reign still to come. However, his death in battle not only led to the Protestant cause losing direction, but also ushered in a period of Swedish decline. As deprived of their warrior king, the Swedes saw their power and influence begin to wither away. An all-out struggle for domination of the Mediterranean world between the ascendant Romans and declining Greeks would see one of the greatest commanders in history fall victim to his own success, as despite besting the Roman legions in 2 decisive battles, the Greek king Pyrrhus of Epirus would be defeated nonetheless, his hard-won tactical victories on the battlefield inflicting such a high number of irreplaceable casualties on his army that he was rendered unable to exploit the triumphs he had won. This devastating loss of some of his most experienced soldiers and officers left King Pyrrhus unable to land a final killing blow on his foe, thus forcing the end of his entire campaign in what became the original Pyrrhic victory. The military genius who had twice defeated a Rome which was still in its infancy, coming within a hair's breadth of smothering the young republic, centuries before it could place much of the known world in its stranglehold. These victories that led to defeat, leaving Rome as the undisputed master of Italy and paving the way for its growth into one of the largest empires in human history. In 280 BC, the Italian peninsula had yet to fall completely under Roman control, with large areas of the south and the island of Sicily still home to powerful Greek colonies. Yet although Rome was still merely the promise of the mighty empire it would eventually rise to become, the Republic's ever-growing power was beginning to raise alarm amongst the Greek city-states of Italy, who began to suspect that it was only a matter of time until these upstart Latin barbarians moved against them. The state of Tarentum was the largest and most powerful of these Greek colonies in Italy, with many of her most influential citizens pushing for war, no doubt believing that the Romans should be put in their place before it was too late. This pro-war faction was granted the perfect justification for an attack when Roman naval ships sailed into Tarentine waters in violation of an earlier treaty signed by both sides. Although the Roman fleet commander would later claim that he was merely sightseeing along the coast, whatever the truth of the matter, the Tarentines wasted no time in moving against the trespassing Roman ships, sinking several and taking a sizable number of prisoners in the process. Such an affront could not simply be ignored, and when a Roman ambassador who had been sent to demand an explanation was insultingly dismissed, the Roman Senate was left with little option but to declare war. Although the Tarentines were confident in their own power, they knew that they would stand little chance of victory against the Roman legions without allies. Turning to their ancestral homeland of Greece, the Tarentines requested aid from King Pyrrhus of Epirus, a man who was ranked as one of the most talented generals of the ancient world, and who had under his command one of the best armies in Greece. With such a man at their side, the Tarentines were convinced that Rome could be easily crushed. King Pyrrhus had long fancied himself as the next Alexander the Great, and viewing the Tarentine call to arms as an opportunity to further his ambitions and establish a foothold in Italy, he agreed to intervene, further tempted by the Tarentine promise that their assembled force of 50,000 infantry and 20,000 cavalry would be his to command. Believing that his hour had finally arrived, in 280 BC King Pyrrhus gathered his force of 20,000 infantry, 3,000 cavalry, and 20 war elephants, and took up arms against Rome, convinced that military success in Italy would enable him to capture Sicily, subdue Carthage, and thus make him master of the Mediterranean, an essential stepping stone if he was to grow strong enough to eventually capture the true symbolic prize of Macedon, the birthplace and seat of power of Alexander the Great, the man he so envied and idolized. Despite facing a formidable army of 8 legions containing over 80,000 men, King Pyrrhus was sure that his arrival in Italy would attract vital and overwhelming support from the numerous resentful tribes who had already been subjugated by the Romans. However, as this wave of rebellions failed to materialize, he prepared to face his enemy on more even terms. The first battle of the war took place at Heraclea, the Roman legionaries and Greek phalanxes pitting their unique fighting styles against one another in a contest for supremacy that is said to have dragged on for much of the day, with neither side able to eke out an advantage over the other. As the fight appeared to be descending into a bloody stalemate, King Pyrrhus decided to gamble everything by unleashing the 20 war elephants he had been holding in reserve. The sight of these living tanks charging directly towards them, casting terror into the hearts of the Romans, most of whom had probably never laid eyes upon the giant beasts before. Amidst the chaos, the panicked horses of the Roman cavalry broke formation and galloped away from the approaching elephants, their disorganized retreat through their own lines, breaking the tight Roman infantry formations and throwing the entire army into disarray. Taking advantage of the now disorganized enemy, King Pyrrhus ordered his cavalry into the fray, the charging Greek horsemen easily routing the remaining legionaries, who now fled for their lives, and some accounts suggest that the entire Roman army would have been slaughtered, were it not for one of the wounded elephants running amok amongst the Greek lines, an event that delayed Pyrrhus's pursuit of the retreating legionaries as he struggled to restore discipline, thus allowing the bulk of the Roman army enough of a respite to escape across a nearby river to safety. With the fighting now over, as many as 15,000 Romans and 11,000 Greeks lay dead upon the battlefield. However, despite paying such a dangerously high price for his success, King Pyrrhus had won the day and prepared to offer his enemy terms. With such a significant and decisive victory under his belt, King Pyrrhus was sure that Rome would be forced to sue for peace. However, he was about to discover that the Romans were not a people who were easy to break. Unwilling to surrender or even negotiate so long as Pyrrhus remained in Italy, the Roman Senate voted to continue the war with renewed vigor, demonstrating a stubborn determination and willingness to fight to the bitter end that would prove pivotal to Rome's survival during her many future life-or-death struggles still to come. As winter fell, the two sides broke off and prepared for the renewed conflict that would surely come in the spring. It was clear that there would be no peace so long as Rome still possessed an army with which to fight. When spring finally arrived, Pyrrhus pushed into the region of Apulia, encamping near the city of Asculum, an area which was about to become the site of his next battle, a battle which would not only decide the course of the war, but also determine the future of Greek, Roman, and world history. For several days, the 70,000-strong Roman army engaged in a tense standoff against a roughly equal number under King Pyrrhus, neither side willing to be the first to commit to battle. However, the inevitable slaughter could not be delayed indefinitely. Having learnt from their previous defeat, the Romans did everything they could to nullify the terrifying power of the Greek war elephants, eventually managing to force King Pyrrhus into battle at a location surrounded by a river and densely packed trees, natural terrain that would make deploying elephants and cavalry far less effective. With the battle now reduced to a contest between each side's infantry, Roman sword met Greek spear, as the legions and phalanxes hacked and stabbed at each other in a brutal melee that lasted the entire day, the carnage only coming to a halt with nightfall. As the Romans slept, Pyrrhus redeployed the bulk of his army to more favourable level ground, his nighttime maneuver forcing the Romans into battle on terrain that would be suitable for cavalry and, more importantly, his elephants. As day broke, the fighting resumed, the Romans pressing forward in a desperate attempt to shatter the Greek lines before their elephants could break through, this second day of battle seeing the use of an ingenious Roman anti-elephant weapon. 300 wagons loaded with archers and slingers were strategically placed amid the Roman lines in an effort to ward off the fearsome elephants, these ancient tank-like creations armed with wooden and iron poles, as well as spikes and tridents protruding in all directions. These sharp defences combined with the barrage of fire and missiles, discouraging the now wary elephants from getting too close. For a moment it seemed as though these strange new contraptions were working, as the Romans gradually forced the Greeks back. However, King Pyrrhus managed to move his entire corps of elephants to his flank, which was well clear of the wagons, and instead of using them to charge the infantry as the Romans had expected, he threw them against the Roman cavalry. The panicked horsemen routed in the face of the oncoming tide of elephants, even before the distance between them was closed. With the Roman infantry now exposed, the Greek elephants once again charged deep into their tightly packed formations, the rampaging beasts making short work of their fragile human quarry. Just as in the Battle of Heraclea a few months earlier, the elephant charge swung the battle in favour of the Greeks, as the Roman lines buckled in the face of their onslaught before falling back and running for their lives. By the time the battle was over, 6,000 Romans and around 3,500 Greeks lay dead upon the ground. Yet despite having won 2 stunning victories against the enemy, King Pyrrhus was unable to press home his advantage. With his foe stubbornly refusing to even contemplate surrender or negotiation of any kind, the Greek king realized that the tenacious Romans would fight on no matter the cost. If he were to crush Rome, countless more battles would lay ahead, each clash of wills bleeding his already depleted army of irreplaceable manpower. Unlike the Romans, who had vast reserves and numerous vassals to call upon for aid, King Pyrrhus had no way of replenishing his troops, and was swiftly abandoned by his allies when it became apparent that there would be no quick and decisive victory over Rome. His victories at both Heraclea and Asculum had left King Pyrrhus in the unusual position of being unable to continue the war, despite never having lost a battle, the price paid in blood for his successes simply too steep to allow him to carry on the fight. Stranded in Italy, with a third of their number lost, and with no reinforcements on the horizon, morale amongst the ranks of the heavily depleted Greek army plummeted to dangerous levels, as the prospect of countless hard-fought battles still to come loomed on the horizon. Realizing that his position was now hopeless, King Pyrrhus made the difficult decision to abandon the campaign, instead moving his forces to the island of Sicily to aid Greek colonies in their ongoing struggle against the Carthaginians. King Pyrrhus would briefly return to Italy a few years later, only to be defeated by the Romans in 275 BC at the Battle of Beneventum, this final failure his signal to abandon his overseas adventures and return home, the two original Pyrrhic victories that have been immortalized with his name, leaving Rome as the unchallenged master of Italy and paving the way for the rise of the continent-spanning empire. At the dawn of the American Revolution, colonial rebels and the British Army engaged in a fierce struggle atop the strategically important hills surrounding the city of Boston that could have so easily extinguished the dream of American independence before it had a chance to take hold. Outnumbered and outmatched by a superior foe, this largely untrained and untested force of farmers and tradesmen nevertheless stood their ground and endured 3 relentless British assaults before finally being forced to abandon their position and retreat. However, despite winning the day, the victorious British were left bloodied and shaken by the tenacious and deadly resistance offered up by men whom they had just hours earlier viewed as little more than an untrained rabble to be swept aside with ease. Instead of facing an ill-disciplined mob, the arrogant British encountered a determined and resolute enemy who made them pay dearly for victory, with over half of the attacking force injured or killed, these sobering losses demonstrating that the rebellion would not be so easily crushed, the surprise outcome of the battle making the British far more cautious, while at the same time providing the revolutionary cause with a vital morale and confidence boost. The world had now seen that an inexperienced but dedicated band of patriots could stand toe-to-toe with the might of the British Empire, the outnumbered men who held their own atop the hill against overwhelming odds, ensuring that the fledgling flame of American liberty would burn ever fiercer. When the 13 colonies first entered open rebellion against the British overlords, it must have seemed as though this small band of idealists would stand little chance against the might of the empire they now faced. After all, how could an untrained rabble of farmers and frontiersmen possibly have any hope of defeating the disciplined and battle-hardened redcoats who had been sent to crush the insurrection and dispense the king's justice to its instigators? By the summer of 1775, blood had already been shed on both sides. However, a large-scale and decisive engagement had yet to be fought, the rebellious colonists for the most part remaining untested in battle, the strength of their mettle and resolve yet to be tempered in the fires of war. When the redcoats inevitably came for them, would the colonists stand and fight, or would they break and flee as many anticipated? This question would finally be answered during the Siege of Boston. Just 2 months after the battles of Lexington and Concord, which had marked the beginning of the American Revolution, 15,000 rebels surrounded the city of Boston, hoping to trap and eventually destroy the 5,000-strong British garrison inside. Yet, despite seemingly possessing the advantage, achieving such a feat would be no simple task. Situated on a highly defensible peninsula, the British force currently occupying the city could effectively hold their position indefinitely, the unchallenged might of the Royal Navy ensuring the uninterrupted delivery of all the supplies they needed. Lacking any kind of navy with which to contest their enemy's dominion over the waves, the colonial militia besieging the city were forced to explore alternative strategies, eventually deciding to use the hills surrounding Boston to their advantage. If these elevated positions could be seized and fortified with artillery, they would serve as an ideal vantage point from which to bombard the British below, forcing them to evacuate or even surrender. Such a strategic move had been anticipated by British commanders, who began making their own plans to preempt the enemy and occupy the surrounding hills, and when the colonial army received intelligence reports detailing the enemy's intent, they were forced to act immediately before it was too late. Some 1,200 colonial troops under the command of William Prescott immediately set out to take Bunker Hill, however instead chose to occupy Breed's Hill, a smaller position that was closer to Boston and its harbour, therefore bringing the prized targets of the Royal Navy warships docked at the harbour within cannon range. The colonial soldiers toiled through the night to fortify their position against the almost certain attack from the British that would come with dawn, constructing a 160-foot-long fort consisting of deep ditches and thick walls and fences. As the sun rose, the British were shocked to see the hill already occupied by the enemy, their newly erected defences likely to make the task of capturing the hill far more costly than anticipated. Realizing the bloody endeavour a full frontal assault would descend into, at a British War Council, General Clinton urged his fellow officers to surround the hill and cut off the colonists' retreat, starving the rebels out without engaging in direct and costly battle. However, the other three generals outvoted this plan, which they viewed as overly cautious and bordering on cowardice, believing that the untrained rabble of rebels on the hilltop would prove no match for the disciplined redcoats, a level of hubris and arrogance that would soon come back to haunt them. Confident that the colonists on the hilltop would fold and retreat in the face of a determined advance, the British marched straight up the hill, the waiting rebels reportedly ordered to hold their fire until they could see the whites of their enemies' eyes. As the British lines closed in to an uncomfortably close range, their tightly packed ranks were quickly decimated by the waves of withering volleys unleashed by the colonists, who were themselves relatively safe from return fire behind the hastily constructed defences. In the face of such a one-sided barrage, the British advance was halted and turned back, the chaos unleashed heightened by the colonists' ruthless targeting of British officers, the majority of whom now lay dead upon the hill's slopes. Despite this carnage, the retreating redcoats were ordered to reform at the base of the hill and advance once again, this second wave unsurprisingly facing the same fate as the first, the attacking British soldiers forced to climb over the corpses of their fallen comrades, only to be cut down themselves. 2 all-out assaults had been successfully repulsed by the colonists. However, as the British prepared the third wave, the rebels knew that their time was coming to an end, the men now critically low on ammunition. Determined to carry the day, the British dropped their heavy cumbersome packs, reformed into columns instead of lines, and fixed bayonets for the third and final push. As they marched forwards in column formation, instead of long drawn-out lines, fewer men were exposed to the colonists' volleys, and with fewer rounds fired due to the Americans' ammo shortage, the redcoats were now able to successfully close the distance and engage the rebels with their bayonets, the fighting descending into a vicious melee that finally broke the defenders' lines and forced them to retreat. The hill had finally been overrun and captured. However, this minor objective had been won at a huge cost that could have been entirely avoided had a different strategy been utilized. Just 2 hours of fighting had left over 1,000 British soldiers wounded or dead, a staggering casualty rate of nearly 50%. Yet, to make matters even worse, a disproportionate number of these casualties were valuable and experienced officers, this single battle wiping out a significant portion of the entire British officer corps stationed in North America. Yet the Battle of Bunker Hill would prove to be a Pyrrhic victory, not simply because of the number of casualties it inflicted. The illusion of British superiority had been utterly smashed, the entire rebel cause rejuvenated by the realization that the inexperienced amateur militia could stand toe-to-toe with the might of the professional British Army, the tenacious and deadly defense of Breed's Hill, convincing the rebellion's leaders that their cause was far from a forlorn hope. Had the British easily won the battle, the entire independence movement might have died out as a wave of doubt swept across the colonies. However, the people of the fledgling United States now resolved to fight on with renewed vigor until the very end, while in London the king was now convinced that peace and reconciliation was out of reach, setting the stage for a full-scale war to determine the fate of the colonies. So those are my choices for 5 of the costliest Pyrrhic victories in history. Let me know your choices in the comments below, and I'll see you again on the next video.
All right, guys, I'm back. Whew. I hope you guys had fun with Unknown Five's 5 most costly Pyrrhic victories. Whew. All right, guys, I'm back. I hope you guys had fun with Double Horde Muscle. All right. Now, let me just there we go. All right, so let's see what we got on the agenda. Just looking at some stuff. Notice some weird things. YouTube doesn't give me a problem, surprisingly. At least for my YouTube for my chatters. Kick, I don't think it has given me a problem. It's just that I'm not very popular on Kick, so that's fair enough. uh, don't ask why I'm laughing. Exactly. Can't have hyperlinks allowed. I don't want random people linking those. No filtering. Filter. Filter. Alright, well, that doesn't seem like it's a problem. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Grimmy. I do not trust her. Then again, I don't trust many people. I'll just play some tunes for for your entertainment, everyone. Batman. I just realized that the thing is so low that you can barely hear anything. Ooh. But there was this weird echo. Oh no, I'm not dealing with that lich. Sorry. I cannot say who, but just someone I saw. The person I like too much, but I can't deal with certain individuals. I'm not gonna follow police who they choose to hang out with. I'm just saying how I feel. That's all. Just mere feelings. Nothing more, nothing less. Anyway, I gotta go check out what's wrong with that. The theme is so weak. That's a little better. Yep. this.
Hello, how can I assist you today?
Oh. It did not sound like I was hoping for.
Hello, how can I assist you today?
Man, what a disappointment. Hell no. What happens if I touch this?
Hello, I'm Batman Copy. It's nice to meet you.
A Batman copy? Why? Nah, I'm good, fam. Nah, that was awful. Awful. Never again, please. Never again. Oh yeah, that reminds me. At least to attract some attention. Oh, finally, yes. I'm more likely to survive the apocalypse. I'll survive the apocalypse. Ooh, this sounds interesting.
21 new voices moved in this week. We're thrilled. Okay, but have you heard the names? Luna, Orion.
21 newcomers. Bold names.
21 new voice. Everyone's making this a whole thing.
It's okay to have a hard day.
So, another challenger crosses my threshold.
30 seconds left, down by 2.
Chapter 1.
Let's read the line together, slowly.
Oh, you have great timing.
Crafted in silence.
Here's the number that matters. Your competitor.
Some things you don't leave to chance.
What is up, everybody?
Dawn breaks over the valley.
We didn't set out to build a faster
Thanks for your patience.
Ever wonder why the sky turns orange at sunset?
Great news. Your upgrade went through and everything.
Groceries are on the list.
He's going for the triple backflip. Bold choice.
Welcome back. Great energy last set.
Well, I'm glad you asked.
Yeah,
Your flight lands at 9 local time, and the car is all.
Let's get the pitch. You've seen the number.
I need to find a good reference here. Well, that is so cool. Don't you dare betray me now. Alright, let's see if this will work. Oh, hell yeah, yes. Oh, I don't know which one I like. They're both good. Eggs. Oh, Powder got a good aim. Alright, let's go, July. spray. At least I have 12 gauge bang sticks for the two of us. Nah, I'm sure these are all based VTubers. I'm pretty sure they know what they're doing. Well, the world is ending. Might as well just monkey around. Monkey around. Fun. She's too adorable. I don't know if she'll survive the apocalypse. Whoa! Oh. Thank goodness no one can see X. Did not knew that was gonna be shown.
Was that the joke? Please let me know.
Wait. All right. Good for her. Oh, good for this guy. Oh, that's so true. Randy Orton's the only member left of that trio in OVW. Oh, actually not trio, sorry. Of the OVW4. Oh yeah. Let's go. Let's do some multiplications. Okay, I'm not doing any multiplications. I just simply need to make a post. And life's a choice. Guys, remember, life can be a choice. Choose Monopoly. Nah, actually, now that I think about it, I won't. Nah, actually, now that I think about it, I'll do this another time. I was thinking about playing Digimon Stories Time Strangers, but I'd rather focus on the here and now. And plus, I know you guys have been tired of just watching me doing some random dumbass stuff, so I'm gonna try to keep you entertained as best as I can. Then I'm gonna call it quits in a moment. So let's see. Order 77? Faith bless thee in the Grim Reaper. You know what? Let's watch a Rev video while I talk about the current state of things. Wait.
Hey, what's up guys, Riff here. So in this video, I'm going to be talking about a very...
Is this video new? I don't want to... Nah, I don't want to steal his views. I mean, I'm not going to steal them because I literally have no one to watch. Well, I mean, I have no one here right now. So with respect to Rev, I will put it off for now. MySpace is returning? That's interesting, but nah. the Boer War. Excuse me. Homer destroy. Ooh, actually, let's. There is a certain thing from Decoy Voice. Yeah, there is. While we're waiting for that.
Tens of thousands of Africans have rushed into Ceuta, Spain, quickly spiraling into attacks on the local citizens, with massive fires breaking out all throughout the night, with the local authorities completely unable to restore order. But sadly, glancing at the mainstream media, you'd hardly know about the invasion, let alone the violence that ensued. And although social media might make us misattribute a clip or two, you're still infinitely more informed watching this than any of their garbage propaganda. As yesterday, tens of thousands of migrants from Morocco arrived at the border of Spain. Even taking to swimming around their border wall, as honestly their ocean border is pathetic and easily avoided, especially since they were assisted by several boats.
Una embarcación, no sé si tenéis
de la Guardia Civil.
Que yo.
But when the authorities arrived, they oddly just opened up the gates, essentially allowing the invasion. Now, of course, the mainstream media, just like the garbage European media, calls these at least 50,000 migrants only hundreds, as you don't need to be Rain Man to know an entire day of this is a bit more than 900, and the media doesn't necessarily think you're Rain Man, but they do think you're regarded. Now, some of these Spanish girls were more than welcoming to these newcomers. When reportedly, some of them were waving around machetes. And maybe that's a misattributed video, but there were several local reports of this, roughly translating to, they just came in to casually carry katanas, where at least some outlets admitted the locals.
Guys, relax. They were coming in. They don't mean any harm. Surely they're good people. We can trust them. I have full confidence that we can trust these people. Totally. Would I lie to you? Totally would not lie to you. Yep, I totally would not lie to you. Emperors promise that they are trustworthy people. Totally not being sarcastic either.
Are afraid, as the newcomers openly say, you guys effed up. Other outlets had women complaining about stolen purses with nothing being done about it, with another migrant in a roundabout way allegedly admitting he was only here because he's wanted for murder. Interesting how this always happens. What's sold as compassion and a way to provide humanitarian aid somehow becomes tens of thousands of military-aged males breaking your laws to enter and immediately breaking more inside, as apparently they were even breaking into homes, attempting to loot local businesses. Until the local authorities had to literally barricade their grocery store doors, as it's
Yeah, because why not? Why would local businesses have to barricade their places? Please elaborate. What did these people that are forcefully coming because you people are clearly generous enough to allow them to come? Come on, you should open your businesses to these people. I'm sure they will bring economic stability, increase your not only are they helping you increase your population, but also wealth. Think of the benefits of allowing these people in.
insane to notice that nobody crossing the border seemed to bring any long-term accommodations. No change of clothes, let alone food or water, and obviously they weren't planning on starving on the streets of Spain. So they were definitely expecting something. That was until the local citizens started banding together in the streets. Where small scuffles did ensue. But when the local coppers arrived, they only seemed to beat the Spanish citizens. As if what was happening at the border wasn't enough confirmation, this makes it abundantly clear. The local authorities aren't here to necessarily stop the invasion, but to facilitate it. As well into the evening, the border was gridlocked, with large fires breaking out.
I'm guarantee you those large fires were totally not started by the people who are just coming in. They are being scapegoated. Totally true. You can't prove it. No proof. Totally coincidence. We are the media. We guarantee it was not done by any
with thousands still
factors.
pouring in non-stop as they continued to attack the local citizens.
Do not believe your lying eyes. These people are playing a sport. It's their version of baseball. There we go. Oh god.
Setting vehicles ablaze inside Spain. Even attacking local law enforcement vehicles, until they turned around and unleashed their water cannons on them. But looting still continued well into the evening, even attempting to break into residential buildings. And even though the military arrived into the morning, still nothing was being done. When it literally looks like your country is being attacked by foreign forces, maybe it's time to use the military as something more than concierge services. As the locals are upset, but why isn't more of Europe? Possibly because the mainstream media's coverage is pretty much propaganda, with Time magazine...
No. The media would never lie to us. The media is always factual, truth, and honest. That's what the media stands for. You should believe whatever they tell you. And if they say why thousands of Moroccan migrants crossed into the Spanish enclave Ceuta, there's probably a good reason why these brave Moroccans are crossing over. I totally guarantee it.
Upgrading it to thousands instead of hundreds, saying since the Spanish Supreme Court essentially stated they would not deport anybody arriving by sea, and their socialist president Sanchez stating he would give 500,000 undocumented migrants citizenship. They then state thousands of migrants swam into Spain, with at least 57 being ended in the journey. Again downplaying everything that makes this an atrocity, almost encouraging more of the same. But then ABC was stating it was 60,000 migrants, but most already left, as yes, there were large amounts that already went home hungry. But local Spanish citizens today still show tens of thousands still loitering in their country. Later reporting these 60,000 newcomers is like adding another 70% to the city's population. But the socialist president sees this as a good thing since Spain is aging. Interesting how this same globalist agenda keeps popping up wherever socialists are elected. First, it's stop having babies, it's bad for the environment. 2, population collapse is imminent, so we better open up our borders. And when we...
Exactly. If we should just stop having babies altogether, and clearly, since we can just, if we're having a population crisis, why not bring these people in? They'll definitely boost the economy and help our population growth. Ignore what people say about that it would also bring about societal collapse. Ignore that they say that it'll lower the average intelligency. Ignore the fact that crime and different culture clashes are all coming together and creating this this mostly peaceful protest. Exactly. It's a peaceful protest of protesting against how oppressed they are because they were colonized. Yeah, there we go. Morocco was colonized, and I think they have full rights to get back what they deserve. Because Spain is being a nice guy. Thank you, Spain.
Accidentally let in wanted murderers who immediately begin burning and looting our cities, no worries, the mainstream media will conveniently ignore all of it. As back in January, Spain's President Sanchez tried to frame border security as radical.
When did recognizing rights become something radical? When did empathy become something exceptional? Spain is above all a welcoming country. And this is the path we choose. Dignity.
Yes, exactly. This is why you guys dumped out the monarchy and made him into a constitutional monarch. Because we have a great prime minister like this man. Totally great. Excellent. 10 out of 10. Wouldn't change a thing. Keep doing what you're doing because it's definitely making everyone feeling more empathetic.
Community and justice.
But when Theuda's own government begs him to close the border, interesting on who exactly is asking for this. It's like when American Democrats try to frame border laws as racist, just because they can't tell the difference between a law-abiding Asian American with any other Asian attempting to enter the country illegally. So of course President Sanchez wants to go after X and Elon Musk.
Just last week, the owner of X, a migrant himself, used his personal account to amplify disinformation about the sovereign decision by my government, the regularization of 500,000 migrants. We will change the law in Spain to hold platform executives legally accountable for many infringements taking place on their sites. This means that CEOs of these techno platforms will face criminal liability for failing to remove illegal or hateful content.
Meanwhile, ignoring hyper-left Reddit, also posting about this incident, censor replies are somehow blaming this invasion on President Trump, while other front-page subreddits also speak about it, but this time saying this was Russia's doing. And if you question why, it's almost always exclusively military-age males. They go on schizo rants on how only men get admitted because they can work, so they have to come first and send for their families later. Again, completely fabricating some story as to why they're these innocent angels. And I'd like to think these are all bots and foreign influence campaigns, but no. We've actually seen real-life individuals that actually believe this. As remember, Spain has had this same exact issue for at least 3 years now, where another Spanish beach was invaded by smaller boats, also from Africa, and what was once genuinely a couple hundred newcomers has now spiraled into tens if not hundreds of thousands in a single afternoon, all because these Spanish citizens weren't aware of this issue and then voted in a socialist president. The scary aspect is, once they get Spanish citizenship, I believe they're free to move around Europe, with the British citizens being concerned about this specifically.
How do you plan to meet the sexual needs of 600 men?
Wow, I can't believe they said that. How dare they? You should offer up the women. I'm pretty sure they will definitely don't mind helping out the newcomers visiting. I mean, not visiting. I'm sorry. Not visiting. I mean establishing a home of their own in your country.
Did you hear the question?
Yeah, I said I don't.
Okay.
And it is a tad bit crass to discuss this, but it is a reality.
So
Nobody arriving to bolster your aging population is going to accept being your permanent, homeless, broke, incel slaves. So unless you can provide housing, food, employment, and satisfying the male needs of an additional 100,000 military-age men, unfortunately there's going to be a risk of violence. As notice, none of them seem to arrive with their...
Whoa, decoy. Relax. It was mostly peaceful protest. It was a mostly peaceful protest. Think of it like them finally going on a field trip that they always wanted to, because obviously Spain's such a beautiful country, and their own home wasn't not as beautiful as Spain. So of course they want to visit there, and not just visit, but establish homes, because Spain is such nice people.
Wives or even supplies, but some of them did have large knives.
Because decoy, they have large knives because obviously they are a fan of anime, and they obviously had the Bushido spirit of anime.
So if you appreciate my concise, lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, hopefully I've earned your subscription and you'll subscribe to Decoy.
Woo, that was a fun video. Oh yeah. Let's copy this, and we could just share this. There we go. So guys, give Decoy a like and subscribe. I know I did. That was a very fun video. And if you guys did not know, I was definitely joking. I was making jokes, trying to sound like the typical leftoid. So please do not assume that what is happening to Spain is a great thing. I think it's terrible, but I have to try to be lighthearted about this, because Spain is now experiencing what the UK has been experiencing lately. The worst part of it is, unlike the UK, where the UK could solve this easy because they literally have oceans guarding them, Spain does not have that luxury. They are literally bordered with Africa, so they have no idea how to deal with it other than, well, apparently let them in, seems, because, there's other moments they could have handled this, but they choose not to. I was like wondering, what was that video? Anyway, we'll watch one more, and hopefully I can get something in, and I'm interested in this video, but this was 4 hours ago. I don't want to watch it yet. Spain will regret this. Maybe we should watch this one, guys. Spain. Then again, it is 30 minutes, and No. Ooh. F the West. Nothing good comes from someone like saying that. Shills. Helen of Detroit. I want to talk about this one so badly, but no, I'll save it. Ooh, okay, let's do a liberal hive mind video. Oh wait. There we go. Sorry. I am juggling with too many things right now. I have so many things to cover right now. It's not just
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And here's the meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. Oh man, you know, if the consequences weren't so dire, I would just be sitting here fully relishing in this moment. I mean, I still kind of am, but you gotta apply that little asterisk considering what we're really facing here. But to see these absolute clowns, these Democrat shills, these partisan douche canoes, who have essentially turned a blind eye to what is growing in their party, who have allowed it to happen, allowed it to fester, who have called us conspiracy theorists for even suggesting that it may be happening. No, that, of course, was a vast right-wing conspiracy theory. It was a dishonest right-wing talking point. They dismissed it forever, and on the flip side, they did absolutely nothing to acknowledge it, to fight against it within their own...
Meme of the day, guys. Socialists say I should stop confusing socialism with communism. I say they should stop confusing my money with their money. Okay, yeah, that's true. Socialists really need to stop telling us to stop confusing their socialism with communism, when it's really hard to see any differences when they both lead to so much similarities. That is what they both don't understand. But one thing they should, I agree with this meme so much, is that the fact that every, not just socialists and communists, but every far leftoid should stop confusing people's money that they worked in hard and with their hard work and all that, for as if it was their money, because that seems to be the case. I mean, how many times have we heard Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren or AOC, Hassan Piker, Pokimane always saying tax the rich, act like this is something that they are entitled to, and that they should take a portion of people's money, like Elon Musk. Even though I don't like this guy, Jeff Bezos. And I bet you Donald Trump, because they think that these guys are like stacked with endless amounts of money. Yet, freaking bug just swept up in here. And yet, most of these people I've named are either nepo babies, never actually worked a hard day's work in their life, or offered any goods or services that benefit both themselves and the rest of the world. Meanwhile, Elon Musk is making satellites that produce internets, rockets that will one day go farther beyond Mars. Hell, maybe we can get to Jupiter one day. Who knows? Maybe, and heck, maybe we could start colonizing space. I'm more believing in Leaflet's stellar humanism every day, because I feel like at this point maybe this world is doomed and it's better off if we just fly into the space. Personally though, if we do fly into the space and I'm one of those lucky people that gets to go with them, I'm not going to hesitate to build a Death Star and do what I must. Get mad all you want. but you anti-natalists had to come in.
Party, the type of healthy infighting that leads to the right ideas surfacing to the top level. That's usually what we engage in on the right. It's why sometimes it gets a little messy. No, they refuse to do the hard work, frankly, and now, well, it appears we're starting to see some significant regret. Oh no, what the hell did we do? What did we get ourselves into? It appears some of these legacy Democrats are starting to realize exactly what they've signed on to here with Zoran Mamdani and this new left-wing faction that's taking over fast. We got the look of regret hitting their faces in real time here. This time brought to you by elitist scumbag Democrat Scott Galloway, another one of those establishment clowns who always operates with this air of superiority and authority. He knows everything, but apparently he's not smart enough to spot a very obvious red threat, to see a couple steps ahead. Now it appears he's suffering from the unintended consequences. Let me show you what's going on. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, it appears all these elitist people who thought that, of course, none of these policies were going to affect them. No, it was just the rich of the rich of the rich. Well, they're getting a serious reality check.
And I've been doxxed.
You've been doxxed? What? Tell me.
So I don't know if you've heard, but Mayor Mamdani has decided to release a list of the 950,000 residences with addresses and names that might be eligible for his pied-à-terre tax.
I have an apartment here, but I'm well below that number. What do you? I don't love this. I can't say I love this. It feels like a little bit like doxing. Just tax them and get on with it. Is my feeling.
Here's the definition of doxing.
Okay.
Doxing is publishing private identifying information to expose someone to publicly pressure or harm without their consent. Tied to status, the publisher's disapproval. Swap elite for any other disavowed group, and nobody's calling this a tax roll. I'm a fan of this tax. I was supportive of it.
Yep.
Rich absenteeism should subsidize a nurse in the Bronx paying 40% of her income on rent. I came out in favor of this tax. This is the definition. He's taken a legitimate source of tax revenue and he's turning it into a wanted poster. And the question I would have is, other than trying to...
You know what's annoyingly scary is the fact that Mamdani has not learned anything about the first time he's actually doxed a millionaire, and that he will continue to keep doing this. And what's more frustrating is that this guy, Mamdani, he hates voter ID and people have to showing IDs to vote, yet has no problems asking you to have ID ready when you go into one of his grocery shops. And, let me get this straight. Let me bring this down for you guys so you can understand what I'm talking about, because obviously you need some context. All right. So if you guys have not noticed, I am a firm believer of Trump's SAFE Act, and that we as American citizens, regardless of race, gender, or religion, ethnicity, or any of all that stuff, we should all be verified American citizens who are, of course, over 18 and up, have the ability to vote, and are not violent offenders. Personally, I think the SAFE Act should be passed harder with more stipulations, such as you either have served in the military, can take an IQ test, and are capable of understanding basic politics, math, and literature, because I think you should be able to read so you understand what the heck is the positions of the candidates that you are about to vote into office. And math, because I need you to be economically literate. And let's see, what else? Oh, you need to have some skin in the game, such as pay a high amount of tax and have properties or businesses. Because if you have property or business, that's more an enticing matter that you, the person, have a reason why you would vote for said candidates. And let's see, anything else? I would say that's more... Oh, and gender, yeah. I don't necessarily mind women voting, but I'm not gonna lie to you. If we were to pass my version of how, uh, let's see, of how we do things around here, I guarantee you, maybe more than a good chunk of 80-90% of women would not be able to vote, and that's fine by me because, again, women do not make the best voters. They've always picked um based on feelings and emotions and not on logic like men. But however, I'm not saying men vote like better and they would never do anything that would doom them when, I mean, let me show you examples. Here in America, we used to only let people in the old days vote based on property and businesses, and then all of a sudden we allowed it to just the common white man. Now they were allowed to vote, and then later, then we let non-whites vote. And mind you, I'm a Latino that's saying this. I don't care how bad that sounds. The moment we let other people start voting, and I'm not talking about non-whites, I'm talking about just anyone voting, whether it's non-whites, women, minorities, well, minorities and non-whites are the same. Anything that was not from when George Washington established the presidency. Once those barriers were broken, this is why we are in where we are now. And the sad part of it is my ideal version of how voting should be, I believe it'll never get passed. It's just idealism, and even though I say this many times, I hate idealism. But there are sometimes this is the kind of idealism I wish we could have because I want this idealism to exist so that way we can actually have. Because I know okay, when people say repeal the 19th Amendment, listen, guys, it's just cope. It'll never happen unless we use force. And let's face it, many of us have been whipped so hard by both the government and women that no one has the stomach to actually fight for what they believe in anymore. No one. If you actually believe that right now, then rise up and start, well, start fighting back for your rights and fighting against this machine. And you don't necessarily have to fight with, I would not. I'm not insisting that you do things like riot or whatever the left does to get, violent ways. There are other less violent means to fight. You could protest. You could stage no working. All like I guarantee you, if all men suddenly stop working, which let's face it, that's also kind of coping right now. There would be a rapid shift and change right now because the idea of all men just simultaneously not working would both infuriate and make the government fearful. They would they would probably try to give into your demands right now, and I think we could see some change if men just suddenly stop working. Like such, and the changes we could see is my ideals for voter reforms. Because honestly, I personally would like a monarch. I want a strong American monarch with libertarian ideals, but also make sure that the monarch we have respects our new constitution that's based on the same basis as the old constitution. And I'm not talking about the modern constitution we have now. I'm talking about a more older version of it, but it's clear defined, such as freedom of speech, the right to bear arms, the good stuff, the right to protest. I think these are good American ideals. But again, I know monarchy in America is as likely as will ever. I'm going to stop right there, but let's just say monarchy in America is very unlikely, is all I'll say. Now, let us continue moving on. I am dragging this out longer than it should be.
To identify and imply these people have done something wrong, and then 18 months after a healthcare CEO was executed in the street, and then publish the list? What is the upside here? Why is he doing this?
And again, I don't want to be too gleeful here, but at the same time, isn't it just glorious? Isn't it just absolutely freaking hilarious and satisfying to an unbelievable degree to see these people totally faffoing in freaking real time? Oh, I didn't know. Oh, I thought he just wanted to tax the rich. I thought we were just going to have these fluffy policies to take care of the poorest people. I didn't know he was going to engage in class warfare against the American middle class, the upper middle class of New York City. I didn't know that he'd put a friggin' target on our back, as if recording campaign ads literally outside of Ken Griffin's home wasn't proof enough. And interestingly enough, he actually mentioned at one point the blatant murder of the United Healthcare CEO on the street. Oh, you just couldn't see it, right? You couldn't see the hatred that these people have for exactly you after Luigi Mangione murdered that CEO and they were all celebrating it. Remember seeing all those leftoids wearing Luigi t-shirts? Oh, you just couldn't.
Again, I'm going to make this very clear. I do not support the killing of that CEO that Luigi offed. However, I will say this, that might be a little controversial. I don't know. I'm not one to hold to be fearful of a little controversy. While I don't like the killing of the CEO, and I definitely don't approve of offing anyone because that's horrible. I just think what happened may have been, I don't know. I wouldn't say it was provoked, but I don't know if it actually had any real change because I've only heard stories, but I did not heard if it actually had any long-lasting impact because honestly, this happened in New York and I have no idea why this guy was at New York when his downfall took place. All I can say is that when someone on the top like that suddenly was off, things have changed. At least suddenly people were, I'm sorry, not people, companies were lowering their prices. Again, this is not an endorsement to off CEOs or cause terror. I'm just saying that maybe companies are wary of stirring the pot more, especially with the rhetoric that's been going around. Blame the millionaires, the billionaires, now the trillionaire. Blame them for why your life sucks. But however, while people make this assumption that it's always the people who make all their money, it's their fault. I mean, sure, the people that do make the money, they are not good people. All they care about is money. I mean, we see corpos don't give craps about gamers. I mean, look at Sony. Sony's a good example of this. They are so into this whole no more physical copies, no more, that you will not own any video games and you will like it. Everything will be digital now, and I got a feeling that just like how they are deleting their media libraries, they could delete your games too for any reason, and they don't have to refund it or give you a reason why. All they could just say, "Oh, well, it's in our TOS." Again, I know this is going off topic here, but I'm just saying that the rhetoric that's been going around when it comes to CEOs or any corpos and billionaires right now may have contributed to this man's downfall. And plus, this is New York, where, let's face it, this violent crimes like this were going to happen. This one just was big because it was a CEO. But how many times have we heard stories of violent crimes of innocent people who are just regular, hardworking, everyday people? that it doesn't even matter who they were. They were just simple people, who did not have a big profile or big or like a big influence in these places, and they got off. But the media is all silent about it unless you see someone who happened to be recording the poor person's downfall on for their TikToks, YouTubes, or any other socials that will morbidly show this kind of content. Meanwhile, the only reason why people were able to talk about the CEO was to politicize it. On the right, they were talking about how it was how the left rhetoric has gone too far, and now they're planning to off people based on their feelings of how they're feeling oppressed by these type of people because things are expensive as it is. There's a lot of inflation going around, and prices are not as dropping as we were hoping for. And while sure, ones could blame the corpos for it, it's not as simple as people think, and they are not understanding the fact that while it's easy to blame the top 10 percenters on top, people are not blaming the bottom 20. And yes, I think we should start looking into that too, because the corpos, sure, you could definitely blame the corpos for, putting policies to monopolize and knock out the competition, because this is the problem right now. The problem isn't that they um that they put the policies to screw you. They put policies to screw their competition. And also they're getting kickbacks from subsidies from our own government. I mean, have we not heard how many times we've been getting subsidies? I mean, how many they were getting subsidies from governments like where are the bailouts from back in 2008, I believe it was. And let's see, what else? I'm really going on a tangent here. Yeah. Oh, yes, yes. Corporals will lobby to knock out their competition so they can monopolize. Amazon is very guilty of this. We all know this. Amazon hates competition. They've been knocking many small businesses out so that they could reign supreme. And let's see. Oh yeah. But again, this is what the top 10% do with is to set policies for their competition so they can knock them out. Now, why am I blaming the top 20? I mean, sorry, the bottom 20%? Well, it's so simple. I mean, look at what they've done so far. They are the most illiterate, low educated, more violent prone. And I'm not targeting any specific people, but I'm pretty sure you can all guess who I am referring to. But there are more crimes, less beautiful places out there because of the bottom 20. And ain't the corpos. Sure, you can blame them for maybe some environmental damages. Yes, that is true. But is corpos responsible for the constant litter in your areas, the constant degradation of your communities? No. Let's see, what else? Is it also the corporal's fault that they've allowed certain politicians who should never be in power to begin with to enact policies that allow third worlders into our nation, where not only do they increase the bottom 20, but also increase the problems that we're facing. And it's not just with dumping garbage into our streets and flooding the area with with not safe for stuff content such as liquor and I don't know if I can say this, but I'll say it anyway. Drugs, and them doing the Segiacs, and sometimes probably doing it in front of people too. And then there's the rampant spike in crime. And what's worse, they have the lowest intelligence that people say, oh, but they might bring stability to our economy. Yet, these are the people that are just terrible for our nation. In fact, it is no brain drain on the nations that they left. It is more of a brain drain on us to accept these people. And this is not just this stuff. Here's what other things they add that's causing negatives to our nation. Spike in inflation and the rise of homes. How many people have said that it's hard for them to buy a home these days because of these people are in our country? Then there's the prices of food. Because there's so many people now to feed, that food prices have risen. How hard, and people like to scapegoat AI for taking their jobs, but they don't see that it's also the people that have come here illegally, or people who are on H-1B visas that are also at fault for also taking the jobs. Yes, AI may have taken the jobs, but again, AI is just a tool, and we should blame the person using the tool, which is the corpos. Sure, you can also blame corpos for, also wanting third worlders or H-1B visas to take your jobs too. That is also true. Or overseas for that matter. I mean, how many times have we been told many times that China is the one taking most of the jobs, and that most of our products are made from China? Because most things here are not made in America no more, and good reason, because it would be more expensive to buy from an American made item than it is if it was from China. I'm not saying you should just start buying only American made items, because I get it, things are expensive and it's hard. But I'm just telling you the fact that what we're buying is not helping. If I told you to stop buying from China, it would be probably best to stop buying from them. But I doubt you'll ever do that, because obviously it's cheaper if you buy it from China. Now, what else? Have the bottom 20 have cause? That's also another concern. Well, we can also blame the bottom 20 for ruining games, movies, entertainment, and for making politics so divisive. I mean, how many of you get called the Nutsi or all the isms just because you dare express an opinion that's not popular or that's not something that they like to hear? Anyway, that's just my rant about this. Let's continue moving on.
Didn't see it, huh? Zoran Mamdani's chosen housing director. She stated at one point that her goal was to, quote, impoverish the white middle class.
Mamdani's aide, his top aide, Sia Weaver, said if you don't believe in the government's sacred right to seize property, it's over. And impoverish the white middle class. What? That's a goal? You know you're supposed to scare people into voting for you, right?
And again, you couldn't see it, right? You couldn't freaking see it. And just think about that for a second, by the way. Part of your official policy stance being you want to impoverish a certain segment of the population. You know, they really aren't beating the allegations now, aren't they? When we're talking about the end result of communism being generally impoverishing people, we've got more equality. Everyone's poorer. Isn't that better, folks? There may be food shortages, and you're worse off than you were under evil capitalism. Hey, at least you aren't jealous of Whitey. I mean, for the most part, for us, it's kind of like a meme, although, of course, it's more than a meme. It's true. But there you go, pretty much freaking admitting it. And again, going back to Scott Galloway, he couldn't see it. He just couldn't see it. These absolute goofballs, man. It's unbelievable. Now, all of a sudden, you're shocked. Probably having voter regret, frankly. You know, I don't know this for sure. I don't know that Scott Galloway actually voted for Mamdani, so I'm not going to jump to that conclusion. But what I will say with relative confidence is he probably did, and what I'm seeing here seems kind of like he's speaking within that context. Oh, I didn't see this coming. I thought it was going to be one thing, and now it's a complete other. I want to say that I feel bad for them, but I really don't. How many times can you be warned? Can we tell you, hey, buddy, you're about to jump off a freaking cliff, and then once they jump off, what are you going to do? The only thing you can do is sit there with your hands up in the air saying, look, you made your bed, you got to freaking sleep in it. It sucks that
True. We made so much mistakes allowing the commies to take over. In fact, again, I cannot express how regrets I have for believing in the socialist cause because I thought I was helping to make everything better, equality for everyone, not understanding the implications of what that really means when I really looked into it. It also also baffles me that the fact that the socialists I used to hang out with, they were the type of people that always screams that fascism was on the rise. Yet when I addressed that, why are we surrendering our rights to bear arms? They would give me the stink eye or like, how do you not understand that we have owning guns is fascism? Which makes no sense. How is owning a gun fascism? It's not. It's actually we're safer having guns so that way we can fight fascism and other tyrannies. But apparently, no. We need to get rid of guns because my safe Masafta or some bull crap like that, which makes no sense because the moment you give away your right to bear arms is the moment the government's not afraid to go tyrannical. However, currently, even though we do have the rights to bear arms, supposedly, our government is not afraid of us because and this might be a shocker to you guys. I could see why the government's not afraid of us. Look, I'm not trying to diss on right wingers. I'm trying to side with them, but I want them to open their eyes when I tell you this, guys. I need you to understand this. Like, really understand this. Our government does not fear us, and you know why? When is the last time you guys voiced your anger when the government passes something unpopular? I'll tell you when. Never. You could say oh, but I posted this on Twitter or I've voiced my concerns on a video. Look, I'm doing it too, and nothing happens when the government does not care. In fact, like if anything, the government's more enticed to put you on a watch list and be like, you know what, keep an eye on this guy. Not because we're fearful of him, but he might get some radical ideas that we need to watch out for. That he might be the one to stop us from our evil plans to do whatever the frick we want at their expense. I'm just saying that is the most logical thing that's going on. Because I am not trying to instigate insurrections or terrorism or any kind. In fact, I don't think that's a good thing. But I'm just saying that if we truly valued our Second Amendment, we would never let it get to the point where it is now, where you can't have bump stocks or have these gun regulations in many states. In fact, gun regulations or gun-free zones is such an infringement on every American's rights to bear arms. It should not be allowed. There might be exceptions, but again, shall not infringe, yet we let the government infringe. If you guys truly cared about your amendment rights, you'd be voicing your frustrations right now harder and doing something. But again, we won't do it because no one here wants to truly fight no more. And the government has done a great job to make sure that we are basically sharks or lions with no teeth. Anyway, moving on.
Gravity's barreling you down to the freaking rocky ground. But at this point, I mean, that's completely out of my hands. And that's exactly what's been going on here. I mean, we have been warning and warning and warning. And now that it's coming for you, you don't get to act shocked, to play the victim. You did this. You did this to yourselves. This is the monster that you created. And now I guess the hope is that they'll be a little bit more receptive. Maybe listen.
Again, the Democrats have made their bed with this. They have to lie in it, even at the cost of the infighting that's being created right now as we speak. I do not feel sympathy. I do not care what happens to them. They can pass all the pretty words about how they're going to stop catering to the socialists, but I have yet to see any of that. In fact, all I've seen is so much agreement because just like how Americans are afraid to fight when their government gets a little too tyrannical, the Democrats are afraid of their so-called socialist allies.
Listen a little, maybe open your damn ears, maybe heed the damn warnings. Now, come on, I mean, I doubt that'll actually happen, but just in case, here's the next warning. Your party is on a collision course towards a violent revolution. Keyword, violent. Your party is normalizing terrorism, achieving political ends by violent means, and it's going to continue to get worse and worse and worse until you people grow some balls and start doing the right thing. Now, I doubt they'll do anything, but it's another obvious observation. The Luigi Mangione event is just a drop in the bucket to what we've already seen so far, and already on a year-by-year basis, it's getting worse. And so if you think doxing the upper middle class in New York City was bad, just freaking wait to see where this is really going. And
you know what's the sad part is? The sad part of it is once the elites, the upper middle class, all leave to New York, no one is prepared for the fact that the middle class, the lower middle class, and the lower class will eventually all have to be the ones to take the brunt force of Mamdani's tax policies. Once all the billionaires, the trillionaires, the millionaires, well, yeah, actually, there's no trillionaires right now. Well, Elon Musk was the only and former trillionaire. Anyway, once all the rich guys leave New York and it's just the upper middle class, then there will be the new rich guys that Mamdani will tax the hell out of. And once they eventually leave, it'll be a vicious cycle effect where the next class will be considered the new the rich class that he will tax, and it'll go so on and so on until eventually we hit the one class that does not have the capacity or the means to escape Mamdani's his outrageous tax policies. I mean, who's going to be able to afford to leave New York if they or the lower class that's getting taxed to oblivion? At worst, all I can imagine is that you would have to be homeless and leave all your possessions behind and do whatever means you need to that is legal, of course, to find a way to bounce back from your misfortune. Hopefully, you are not the socialist that voted for Mamdani in the first place. If you are, you deserve to stay in his New York and basically learn a painful lesson, which you won't because you're incapable of learning anything. You think Democrats are right and that it was Republicans' fault or whatever, some stupid shit like that, and you deserve all the consequences of living in your so-called social utopia. So tough Tough nuts.
I don't know, maybe jump ship or maybe actually stand up to it. So you're once again not in the exact same position, repeating the same thing, of finally realizing exactly what it is that's been festering when it's at the point of too little too late. Anyways, that's what I got. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Excellent video from Liberal Hive Mind. I enjoyed it. I am liking it. And now I will send you guys the link. Please like and subscribe to Liberal Hive Mind. I think it was pretty good. Let's see. You know what? Why not? I'll send Gabriella out to sick on those who want to destroy America. We shall cast them into the fiery pits. There we go. Still learning the buttons on my Stream Deck. My apologies. Ooh, I want to see this how this came out. Sorry guys, I'm gonna have to mute the background so you guys can't hear what I have in store. Yes, I love this. I need this in my life now. Alright guys, I'm gonna end the stream here. I really appreciate everyone who's watched, even though it was probably silent. But I don't care. I just appreciate the privilege I have to actually be able to stream, because this is actually pretty fun, and I really hope to do this more often. Anyway, I'm going to go to bed. It is late for me, and I have work. Unlike major streamers, I am a working man, and I need sleep. Dealing with Quangos makes me tired. I gotta deal with them at work. I gotta deal with them in the online space. All right. Yeah, that'll work. I just had to fix my screen in case next time. Again, appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. You have a good one, okay? Stay awesome, stay safe, and, you know, I don't know. Just stay awesome. All right?